All right, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the first general meeting for 2026. Today is Wednesday, the 21st of January, and I open this meeting at 9:32 a.m. Good morning, councillors, and for all those who are present in the chamber and those watching online, I would like to declare the meeting open, and I would like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. And I'd also like to pay respects to their elders past, present, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who may be present this morning. I would like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video, as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does in state and federal parliament for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I'd also like to remind all councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors, over to my right, your left if you're at the back, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. All members of the public present at the meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed and turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. I now move to agenda item number 2, which is leave of absence, and I've not been advised of any leave of absence today. I would like to remind all councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting, which can be found in diligent boards. This must be completed before the meeting concludes. We move to agenda item number 3, and this is our devotional segment, and I would like to invite Pastor Grant Cunningham from Champion Life to lead council in a brief devotional segment.
Thank you. It's great to be here, and I want to take a moment to honour the Mayor and the council men and women that serve our city every single day, every single week, every single month and every single year. Thank you for your contribution to our city, for making it the city that we all love, enjoy and live in. I want to take this moment at the start of this year to share an encouragement with us, to each one of us. As I sat yesterday and prayed and read through the Word of God, I felt this word come to me for every single one of us in this room today. And it's this word: live with purpose in 2026. As we step into this year, this is my simple encouragement for each one of us. Let's live and work with purpose. As I thought about this yesterday, in many ways our roles are exactly the same. Our roles entwine for our city and our community. We all work for the people and the community of the Redlands Coast. I was reminded of this recently. Over the last 22 years of marriage, me and my wife have moved 14 times, and my wife is praying that this last move is the last move for a long time. But as I was moving, I went to the recycle centre just down at Redland Bay, and as I was emptying the trailer for the second time, I was introduced to a man called Tim, who each day rocks up and he helps out and he serves our community. He picks up papers, he tells people where to put the trash, and he does different things in the life of our city to make it a better city. I gave him a small encouragement to say, Tim, thank you for rocking up to work every single day. See, I believe our purpose as city leaders is to bring encouragement to our city. As I walked in here this morning, Karen on reception just outside here, her smiling face, her warm greet towards me, I encouraged her. I said, thank you for being the face to our city, for warmly inviting me and encouraging me today as I walked in. I know today Ed Buchanan is here, and I heard today that you're receiving an award. We want to say thank you, and I know the council will say thank you on behalf of our city for everything that you've done. Thank you very much. We have never met before, but can I say thank you for all that you have done? And all of this is true, that our roles intertwine together for the betterment of our city and our people. My encouragement today is that we don't just work for our individual roles, but we work for our city and our people. If I only ever work in this city for myself, my purpose will not last very long. But I believe I'm here to encourage one another. I believe that we are here as leaders to encourage other leaders, other organisations, and other people in our city. Jeremiah 29:11 and 12 says this, "For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. They are plans for good and not for disaster, to give you a future and a hope." And it says this, "In those days when I pray, I will listen." And I really want to encourage us in 2026, let's work with purpose. There's a couple of things that I just want to leave with us. Firstly, let's work together with purpose. If we only ever work for self, we'll never bring purpose to our city. We find purpose in what we do collectively, not individually. Purpose is always bigger than one role, one department, and one organisation. And I genuinely believe this. I have lived in every part of Brisbane, in southeast Queensland, and I believe that we live in the greatest city in Queensland, if not the world. And I want to encourage us, let's make this the greatest city ever, Redlands Coast. Our purpose is to release our gifts, our talents, our experiences, and our wisdom to help our city. The second thing I want to encourage us is let's work together for the people. Our jobs are for the people. Our purpose is for the people. Our positions exist for the people. You know, I've worked in this field, in working in non-profit organisations and churches for 20 years now. And there's one thing that I'm sure of, it's the people that matter. It's their stories that give me hope. And it's their lives that give me meaning to what I do. You know, I just want to let you know in the last 12 months in the life of what we do, we've helped over 30,000 people in our city through Champion Life Care with affordable groceries. We have seen over 10,000 people walk through the doors of our church at different events that we have held in church services. We've seen over 400 hampers given out for free into our city. We've distributed tens of thousands of dollars worth of toys at our annual toy drive made possible by generous business owners in our city under the guidance of Councillor Lance Hewlett. And thank you, Councillor Jason Coley, for coming along on the day and helping out and serve. We've prayed for hundreds of people. During Alfred, we gave out 150 hampers to people in our city that needed help under the guidance of Councillor Paul Gollet. And I just want to make it very, very clear when I say this. It's not about what we have done, but it's about the people we have helped in our city. And I want to encourage us, that is what we do. We are here to help our people in our city. And the third thing I want to share with us is we work to a plan. The Bible says, write a vision and make it plain. Planning is the great compass for our lives and our leadership. Planning always allows purpose to come alive. And each one of you, each one of us that sit in this room today, whether we have a role in council or we're sitting here or watching online, we have a purpose for our city. To help people, to guide people, to lead people. I want to encourage us. My last thought is let's work together. Let's work for the people of Redlands Coast. Let's work towards the plan and let's work with purpose in 2026. Because I believe if we can do this, our city will flourish, our people will flourish, and our lives will flourish. Please allow me to pray for you. Lord, we thank you for this city and for every person who calls Redland Coast home. We thank you for the privilege and the responsibility of serving its people. Give us wisdom for the days ahead. Unite us in purpose beyond titles and roles. Help us to work together and to work for the people and to steward well the plans that are set before us. May our leadership of this city bring hope and strength and life to this city and beyond in 2026. Amen. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. I have some condolences to read before Council. So firstly, I would like to, on behalf of Redland City Council, extend our deepest condolences to all affected by the horrific terrorist attack at Bondi Beach on the 14th of December 2025. That act claimed 15 innocent lives and injured many more, and our community's thoughts and best wishes are with the victims' families, the Waverley community, and all Australians grieving this senseless act of violence. Tomorrow's National Day of Mourning, on the 22nd of January 2026, is an opportunity to honour the victims and pay tribute to the extraordinary courage shown by first responders and community members who put themselves in harm's way to protect others. I encourage everyone to keep the victims and their families in their thoughts on this important day tomorrow and in the future. The National Day of Mourning also encourages us to think about the qualities that are intrinsically Australian: inclusivity, courage, mateship, generosity, respect and resilience. Qualities that bind us together to support and carry us through hardship. In memory, I now call for Council to observe a minute's silence. Thank you. And in memory of one of our very important officers from Redland City Council, I want to also read some very important words in response to the passing of Brett Hookway. Brett was a highly valued member of our city planning and assessment team, and all of Council has been deeply impacted by the loss of such a highly respected colleague. He was also a trusted colleague and friend to many across the organisation. Brett began his career as a graduate strategic planner in 2008. Over the following 17 years, he progressed to senior strategic planner before moving into his role of principal strategic planner in 2017. And during this time, Brett played a key role in the preparation of 2 planning schemes in 2006 and 2018, numerous planning scheme amendments, local area plans, and a range of policies and guidelines. And over the past decade, Brett led efforts to ensure Council's land use interests were represented in the development of the 2017 and 2023 South East Queensland regional plans. He also represented Council on various stakeholder working groups, advancing land use investigations across Minjerribah following the 2011 Native Title Determination and Indigenous land use agreements. His collaborative approach and commitment made him a trusted contributor to Council's strategic planning outcomes. And beyond his professional achievements, Brett is remembered for his kindness, humility, and unwavering support for his colleagues. He was someone who always made time to help others and brought a sense of calm and wisdom to every challenge. This loss is deeply felt across Council, and we encourage everyone to check in with each other during this difficult time. Our deepest condolences go to Brett's family and loved ones. His approach, love of his family and the great outdoors has left a lasting legacy for all who were fortunate enough to meet and know him. Thank you, everyone. And we now move to agenda item number 4, which is recognitions of achievement. And we have some very important recognitions this morning of some wonderfully long-serving members of the Redland City Council team. So I have some wonderful words to read out about 3 people within this organisation and some presentations to make. So firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Eddie Buchanan. Eddie started his career with council 40 years ago, not that you can tell, as a labourer in the Works Department, where he built foundational skills in civil construction, drainage, road maintenance and safe work practices. He progressed to ganger leader hand in 1991 before being promoted to supervisor in 1996 and then senior site leader in 2001, where he was responsible for overseeing major road, drainage and streetscape works across the city. Eddie now serves as Infrastructure Project Officer, a role he has held since 2011, and is responsible for providing high-level construction advice, risk and quality oversight and governance support across capital projects. He has led and contributed to a range of major infrastructure projects within the city, including the Dunwich Water Main Upgrade, Island Green Seal Program, the Judy Holt Park Remediation and the Russell Island Car Park. Eddie has also demonstrated exceptional service during disaster recovery events, including the 2011 floods and the recent cyclone, where he assisted with restoring community access to services under difficult conditions. Widely recognised as the go-to technical advisor for complex works, Eddie is also valued amongst the team for his practical solution solving, or problem solving, high safety and quality standards, and calm and reliable leadership. We can give Eddie a round of applause. And I'll hold over the presentations until I read my next amazing summary of another wonderful career, and that's Barry Gowland. Barry started his career with council 35 years ago, initially through TAFE training and then as a mechanical fitting apprentice. Following the completion of his full apprenticeship with council, Barry worked as a qualified tradesperson in the fleet workshop before securing a trial position as a pumping station assistant in the water services area in 2008. He quickly became an integral member of the team and was elevated to maintenance supervisor, where his role included overseeing pumping station operations and maintenance programs. Barry moved on to treatment operations in 2021 and currently serves as treatment supervisor on North Stradbroke Island, Minjerribah, where he is responsible for the operation and oversight of all city water assets on the island. Barry is known for his outstanding technical expertise, provides valuable insights into site history and system functionality to support team learning and continuity. The depth of asset knowledge and experience he brings to the role has helped to strengthen capability across both the maintenance and treatment teams. And if we can give Barry a round of applause for that amazing history as well. So I would like to thank Eddie and Barry for their dedicated service, many, many years of service to Redland City Council, and I wish them both all the best for continuing service to the organisation and our community. Thank you very much. And if you would like to come forward, I have some presentations to make as well. And the final recognition I have today is for Redland City Council's CEO, Louise Roosen. And on behalf of Council, I would also like to recognise you for your service to Council since 2011. So Louise joined the organisation in 2011 as the General Manager, Community and Customer Services, and was appointed as Chief Executive Officer at the general meeting in February 2025, and I understand formally appointed on the 3rd of March 2025. And before becoming CEO, Louise acted in the role of CEO and undertook secondments as General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations and General Manager, Organisational Services. And Louise has been a part of Council's executive leadership team for the last 15 years, overseeing projects and programs, and she now leads the operation of Redland City Council. Louise has led major initiatives including Queensland's first autonomous vehicle trial and the use of drone technology for mosquito management. She has also championed innovative programs such as Koala Guardians app and the Here Here program. I would like to congratulate Louise for 15 years of being a pivotal part of Redland City Council's executive leadership team. Thank you. And we move on. Thank you very much for that incredible service. It's something special to see people commit so long when we live in a world where there is constant change. To commit yourself to an organisation and to community service for such a long period of time is truly outstanding. And I understand, Councillor Rendles, you also have an important recognition to provide this morning.
That is correct, Mayor. And for those of you who weren't aware, last year was 25-year anniversary of the Bicycle Queensland, which is a big event for those who are peddling healthiness across the city. It was held in Parliament House and it was attended and convened by the Honourable Brett Mickelberg, the Minister for Transport and Main Roads, and co-hosted with the Honourable Pat Malik, the Shadow Minister. That there's also MPs from both persuasions there, councillors and community members. At the event, they initiated 3 inaugural awards for excellence. And our colleague, Councillor Peter Mitchell, received the first award, which I shall hold up, which he should hold up. Received the Inaugural Excellence in Leadership Award. And as we all know, Peter, with his team in Redlands Council, has been a strong advocate for a connected and inclusive network of active transport. Whether it's cycleways, whether it's design of our city so that people can get around safely, or whether it's been advocating for active transport users. Peter has been at the front, and I think it's a lot of kudos both to Peter and to Council to receive this prestigious award. And I'd just like to quote Peter's statement when he received the award, and I think it applies to everyone. People who are riding or walking are problem solvers. They're solving problems with the environment. They're solving problems in the economy, and they're solving problems with transportation. They're not beggars, they're not after a handout. They're part of the solution that we all need. Okay, thank you, Peter.
Thank you. And we now move to agenda item number 5, which is receipt and confirmation of minutes. Do I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 10th of December 2025 be confirmed? Mover, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Are there any comments in relation to the correctness of the minutes? No. All right, thank you. I put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Move to agenda item number 6, which is public participation. In accordance with section 6.8 of Council's meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have 2 residents who would like to speak today, so we will need a motion to suspend standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for a 10-minute public participation segment to allow members of the public to address Council on matters of public interest related to local government? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. All right. You may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's administration building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking, you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about, stand unless unable to do so, act and speak with decorum, be respectful and courteous, and make no comments directed to any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision or allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details of how to apply are on Council's website. I also determined the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes dependent on the number of speakers, and also withdraw the approval to address Council before the time period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time, and we have 2 speakers this morning. So can I firstly ask Lisa Roberts-Daintree if you could please move forward to the lectern over to your right to address Council. And if you could please state your name, suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject you wish to speak about. Thank you.
Good morning, CEO Russon, Mayor Mitchell, Deputy Mayor Tati, councillors and council members present this morning. My name is Lisa Roberts-Daintree. Today I'm here on my own behalf rather than representing the directorship of the CAT organisation that I belong to. But I would like to tell you something of my background, my CAT-related background that I have before going into my personal business. I started in cat rescue more years ago than I can remember and had some success in rehoming cats, but it didn't take very long to realise that there were simply not enough good homes for cats to go to. I began to understand that there are many generations of unowned cats that have no homes, that breed at a rapid rate, and I saw a need for a humane solution. Whilst I was looking for a solution, I came across a woman who was already light years ahead of me and running a program with tremendous success. So I decided not to reinvent the wheel, and I joined Christine Pearson in something that was already succeeding. As Christine's confidence in me grew, she gave me more and more responsibility in her unique cat desexing program, the public education, and in liaising with councils on cat management and stabilising cat populations. So we have successfully worked in partnership with 12 different councils. In total, we have desexed 135,000 cats. Today, I am one of the directors of the Christine Pearson Trust. We are committed to good outcomes for the cats, particularly unowned cats, and we are committed to good outcomes for the community. Our method, which we call desex and return to home, means that the community befriend unowned cats visiting the backyards, take them to one of our cooperating vets, have them desexed at low cost, return them to the backyard and continue to feed them for a lifetime. And they act as semi-owners. This reduces numbers, not just because the cats have been desexed, but because cats are territorial. They mark their boundaries, warning other cats away, and so protect their backyard from undesexed infiltrator cats. This works to decrease kitten births from infiltrator cats and is keeping a cat population numbers down and thereby lowers wildlife predation. So for the program to work, a minimum number of outdoor cats are needed to hold their territories and keep out the additional cats from the stockpile of cats in the urban areas. This was the successful plan that was brought to Australia by Colonel Harris of the RSPCA in the UK, and it was put into place by Christine Pearson here in Australia. It complies with the Natural Resources Amendment Act. We teach that community engagement is a big part and a big component to good cat management. Imposing a maximum number of 2 cats per household acts as a demotivator, and no member of the public will assist the program if they are threatened with fines, seizures of cats and registration fees. They have already paid for the desexing and have committed to a lifetime of feeding. That is no small thing with today's food prices. So this brings me to my own issue. I rescued a family of 4 cats just after Cyclone Alfred from an abandoned house, a mother cat and 3 kittens. These kittens were rescued post 10 weeks, so they had not been handled, they had had no human contact. And although I've made progress with them, they're not rehomable. They're overly wary and overly timid of humans. I did try to rehome them, but it didn't work out. The woman returned the 2 kittens, leaving me with the original 4. Then tragedy struck and Christine died and left me a cat in her will. I'm honoured to have this cat. I've been granted permission by Catherine at the shelter, at the council shelter, only for a 3rd cat, provided the other 2 are rehomed by the time I get a home inspection done with shelter staff. This is impossible. I ask the council show flexibility in view of the additional precautions I've taken. Not only have I desexed these cats at full cost, approximately $1,200, I have fully enclosed the yard in cat netting at an expense of $3,000.
Just letting you know you have a minute remaining.
Thank you. So that it is impossible for these cats to enter neighbouring properties. They cannot become a neighbour nuisance. They are no threat to wildlife. I have a very big background in caring for cats, both my own and those throughout the community, and have acted as an educated and responsible cat owner. I am part of the solution. Please assist me to continue caring for these cats at my home. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing council today. Our second speaker this morning is Damon Kendrick. Could you please move forward to the lectern to your right to address council? Please state your name, suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject that you wish to speak about.
My name is Damon Kendrick from Russell Island and I represent the Bay Islands pool community. I speak today on behalf of the residents of the Southern Moreton Bay Islands about a matter of profound importance, a past council transaction that, according to legal advice, appears not only highly irregular, but almost certainly unlawful. But let me be clear, this is not about technical breaches. This is about protecting public assets funded by the community. You have the authority to act. You have the responsibility to act. You have the legal obligation to act. This is not about blame, this is about stewardship. It's about ensuring that public assets remain in public hands. It's about upholding transparency, accountability, and value for money, the foundations of good governance. The Bay Islands Aquatic Centre is a critical asset for our community. According to the 2022 census, 61% of SMBI residents are aged 60 and over, more than double the national average. Disability increases sharply with age, and water-based activity is one of the most effective ways to manage pain and mobility limitations. Many islanders rely on the pool for their health and well-being. Closing the pool for 5 months each year leaves the elderly and disabled residents with no viable alternative. The Australian Human Rights Commission has acknowledged this concern, noting that the nearest bus stop to the Cleveland pool requires a 1.4 kilometre walk in each direction, an impossible distance for many elderly and disabled. The seasonal closure risks constituting ableism and ageism in practice. But this issue extends beyond community health, and it goes to the integrity of public administration in Redland City. The Bay Islands Aquatic Centre was built with $930,000 of Redland ratepayer funds, including a specified rates levy to serve the entire community. Yet a previous council transferred the pool and land to the Queensland Department of Education for just 11% of its construction cost. As a result, the community lost control of this asset, and the asset has been restricted for 19 years. The original purpose, a community pool, has been fundamentally compromised. This transaction is not just unusual, it is potentially unlawful. The concerns are clear. 1, breach of fiduciary duty, including failure to protect a community-funded asset, negligence in asset stewardship, and erosion of public trust. 2, potential violations of the Local Government Act of Queensland, specifically Sections 4 and Sections 9, Principles of Local Government and Responsibilities of Councillors. The 2007 Joint Development Agreement was withheld from ratepayers until 2013, undermining transparency. 3, breach of Queensland's land transaction policy, which requires all transfers of public land to state departments to occur at market value. 11% of the construction cost cannot reasonably be considered market value under any standard. 4, possible non-compliance with the Land Act of 1994, which requires specific declarations and statutory processes for any transfer of interest in land. If these were not completed, the transfer may not meet legal requirements. 5, questions about the Department of Education's own asset acquisition rules. Accepting an asset at 11% of value raises concerns about valuation, transparency, and compliance. If irregularities were found, for which there is strong evidence, the Council must take steps to reclaim ownership of the Bay Islands Aquatic Centre and restore it to the community it was built to serve. We are asking Council to initiate a formal independent review of the transfer of ownership of the Bay Island Aquatic Centre to Education Queensland, including whether the transfer complied with all laws, policies and statutory requirements, whether the public interest of Redland ratepayers was protected, whether the Department of Education met its own acquisition standards. This matter has now been raised with state and federal ministers of both education and local government. But this is not just a pool. It's about governance, accountability, and the integrity of public infrastructure. I must note that this season's pass price increased from last season's $180 with a $167 concession to $322.50 this season with no concession offered. This is on islands with double the national average of elderly and disabled. This omission is unacceptable and further evidence of systemic ageism and ableism, and the Australian Human Rights Commission are aware of this. Councillors, the ratepayers of Redland City are watching. They're asking for leadership, accountability, and the return of their community pool. I ask you today to stand with them. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing Council today. Right, councillors, we move to all right. Thank you very much. Councillors, can I have a mover and seconder that meeting standing orders resume? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. I put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 7, which is petitions and presentations. Councillor Tolte, you have a petition to be presented.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you need a seconder before I read it?
Sorry, moved by Councillor Tolte. Do I have a seconder? Moved by Councillor Golay.
Thank you. Petition from residents requesting a water play park for the Redlands coast. This petition calls on Redland City to investigate and deliver a free access public water play park on the Redlands mainland. The Redlands coast has a growing population of young families and experiences long, hot summers. Despite this, council currently operates no swimming pools on the mainland. And provides only one very small water play facility at Thornlands Community Park. As a result, many families are required to travel outside the Redlands to access safe, free, water-based recreation and cooling spaces that are commonly provided by neighbouring councils. A mainland water play park would support community health, wellbeing and social connection, safe, accessible summer cooling for children and families, inclusive low-cost recreation, improved livability in a growing city. The petition recognises there are a number of multiple viable options for delivery, including integration with planned facilities at Birkdale or Heineman Road or at an alternative location identified through community consultation. We respectfully request that Redland City Council prioritise investigation, community consultation and planning for a mainland water play park and consider its inclusion in future capital works and precinct planning. Mayor, this petition is of an operational nature and is to be received and referred to the Chief Executive Office for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Moving to presentations. I haven't been advised of any presentations today. So agenda item number 8, which is the order of business. I've not been advised of any motion to alter the order of business. Agenda item number 9, which is matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. The CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from previous general meetings. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and Happy New Year. There are several items that are outstanding from previous general meetings. Item 9.1, the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.2, the Birkdale Community Precinct. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. The Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project update at item 9.3 will come to a future meeting of Council, as will 9.4, the indoor sports facilities planning. Item 9.5, the notice of motion for clearing watercourses of flood debris to mitigate flood risks. A report will be brought to the general meeting of Council, noting that this is scheduled for 18th of March as per the resolution from the previous meeting of Council. Item 9.6, the potential property disposals Capalaba. A report will be brought to a future meeting of Council. Item 9.7, the notice of motion from Councillor Shane Rendell's Public Toilets Russell Island. A report will be brought to the general meeting of Council scheduled for 18th of February due to ongoing technical investigations and confirmation of deliverable solutions. This report was due to come to this particular meeting in January, but the officers require more time, and that's why that will be moved to February to allow a more fulsome report for Council consideration. And item 9.8, the community facility update, New Southern Moreton Bay Islands Youth and Community Centre. That is a matter that is lying on the table, councillors, from a previous meeting of Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 10, which is direct declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest and declarable conflicts of interest. Councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of Council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interests relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Does anyone need to raise any conflicts of interest? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a declarable conflict of interest. I, Councillor Lance Hewlett, declare I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 19.1 at the general meeting on the 21st of January 2026 due to one of the proprietors of an organisation mentioned in this report, which is confidential, sponsored a table at the Redlands Community Breakfast events, last one held in 2019, which was an event organised by my wife. All proceeds went to relevant charities. I will exclude myself from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and the vote is taken.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Agenda item number 11. There are no mayoral minutes for this meeting. Agenda item number 12, which is reports to council. I've not been advised of any reports from the Office of the CEO. Agenda item number 13, which is reports from organisational services and the monthly financial report, December 2025. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Boglari. A seconder, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. As stated in the report, Council adopts an annual budget and then reports on the performance of delivering and funding that budget are reported throughout the financial year through this monthly report. This is not an overall financial position of Council. This report does include the changes made in the budget review by Council in December last year. To note, the asset sustainability ratio did not meet the target this month and remains unfavourable for Council. This ratio is an indication of how Council is currently maintaining, replacing and renewing existing assets and can change month to month depending on the work scheduled in the CapEx. Council's target is presently to be greater than 60%, and on page 3 of 14 of the report, you can see the ratio is currently 42.37%. This ratio is impacted when Council spends funds on new assets, which then increase future operational works and depreciation, resulting in a lower asset sustainability ratio. Council has a targeted renewal spend, which is maintenance and renewing of existing assets, and year to date, $17.82 million has been funded with depreciation expense of $42 million on infrastructure assets. When looking at new projects, or residents may request a new playground or stairs, for example, this whole of life expense, this future OPEX and depreciation needs to also be considered when calculating a budget, deliverability and affordability, and the impact on Council's financials and the ratepayer, as the net general rate charges represents 29% of the total cash holdings. Therefore, increases in future OPEX directly impacts rates. I just would like to take these opportunities when we're talking about finance, because every decision we make goes back to finance. I will now ask the CFO, to further discuss the report. Thank you, Sandra.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to talk to the results as our acting CFO is away today. So as Councillor Boglari has pointed out, the overall December year-to-date results reflect the midpoint of the financial year, and the revised budget now represents the first outcome of the first budget review, which was adopted in the December 25 general meeting. If I start with the executive summary, which is at section 1, all status updates are favourable except for the closing cash and cash equivalent balances. The December year-to-date operating surplus of $3.5 million is favourable to budget by $2.9 million, and this takes into account a number of largely offsetting variances, of which these are mainly made up of favourable fee income from higher volumes of development application, planning and plan ceiling fees, lower than predicted water consumption revenue. However, this is offset by that corresponding reduction in expenditure for the purchase of bulk water. Depreciation is under budget as at December. However, this is a temporary timing variance, which is expected to align to the full year budget as assets are progressively loaded onto the asset register and the associated depreciation is recognised. If I move to the capital, year-to-date capital underspend, which has reduced to $1.279 million for year-to-date December. This is a significant reduction in the underspend from the November financial report because it largely reflects the updated phasing of the capital delivery program that was processed as part of the first budget review. So at that point in time of looking at the first budget review, the officers looked at reassessed the delivery of the capital program and then rephased that spend, which you can see in the cumulative budget amounts from December to June in section 4, that graph that we include therefore to show the CapEx spend and future budget. And this relates to common causes that are being experienced across the construction industry, whether it's supply chain issues, managing contracts, and still feeling the ongoing effects from ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. Lastly, if I return to the unfavourable variance for closing in cash and cash equivalents, this is mainly driven by a point in time balance where we have higher than budgeted payments to suppliers and employees, also reflecting the significant supplier payment run prior to Christmas, as well as we have a lower than budgeted capital grants receipt as at December. Officers expect this to be a timing variance as well as actual recognition and receipt of the grant funds themselves are highly dependent upon project milestones and gateways for the works that are involved. This also, as I've mentioned previously, officers forecast cash flows with the best information that they have at the time when developing the budget and reviewing the budget, but there is a lot of complexity and complexity involved in doing these monthly cash flows. Next, if I move to section 2, which is the key performance indicators, Council continues to achieve all of these with the exception of the asset sustainability ratio as outlined by Councillor Bolglari. Council is still aiming to meet the target of greater than 60% in the 2026 financial year with multiple renewal projects planned and underway. The ratio for December is trending in the right direction from the November results with a marginal increase in the percentage achieved. I would like to draw the reader's attention to footnote number 3 of this section, which notes that the budgeted ratios reflect a full financial year, whereas as we're going through month to month, we are comparing a point in time. And I think that's just important that we remember that, particularly for the clear example of the net financial liabilities ratio, which might look you can see it looks significantly different, but that actually reflects the whole of operating revenue for the whole of the year, noting we've only passed through 2 quarters of the year. So it is useful to remember and refer to those footnotes. In summing up, officers continue to closely scrutinise the monthly results to take the appropriate course of action and address through budget reviews as appropriate. So thank you, Mayor, through you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to the December financial report.
Thank you, Acting General Manager, Organisational Services. Any speakers against? No? Councillor, questions? No, it's up to you. I'm calling. Otherwise, I'll move to questions if there are no speakers against. So, Councillor Bishop, in relation to questions, I believe had his hand up first, and then Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you both Councillor Bolglari and Sandra for the update. I would just like to, if I could, go to the very last sentence on page 1, beginning of a new financial year, beginning of the new year. It just says that capital spend on non-renewal projects increases the asset base and therefore increases depreciation expense, resulting in a lower asset sustainability ratio. We often speak about the asset sustainability ratio as being a challenging number. I just think it's worth us asking, if I may, through the CEO to whoever's the most appropriate officer. I know officers are looking at how we make sure that our non-renewal spend is being scrutinised as much as possible, just so that we can manage this. But is there any comment that officers can make about our longer term plan for making sure that we are keeping that as focused as possible? I realise this is a monthly report, but it's just because it's here, I think it's important to just clarify that if possible. We've got work coming that I believe that's looking at helping us in that regard. Microphone.
Thank you. Sandra Bridgman, Acting General Manager of Organisational Services, can I ask you to respond?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bishop, for the question. What we do as part of our annual budget development process within the capital portion of the budget build is work through what is the level of renewals that are required as part of our asset management planning. And it's locking away that part of the budget to reflect. We do have a renewal program. We know that there are targets that we need to meet and that's programmed into the annual capital budget development program, and as well as when we look at that 10-year long-term financial forecast, building in the need for renewal funding.
Just acknowledging that with so many asks in a city that's got lots of plans for the future, keeping that very focused is important. So I just note that in the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Appreciate that and appreciate the overview. Thank you, CFO and Acting General Manager. I wanted to drill down and go back, so please give me a little bit of latitude here. Just going back to last month, when we talked in our capital expenditure and our executive summary, last month the notes in the executive summary said Council's capital works expenditure is behind budget by 19.55 million. So last month we sat here and we were behind budget 19.55 million. And as I opened the report and was reading this month, the executive summary here, there's a line here on page 33 that says the Council's capital works expenditure is behind budget by 1.28 million. So we went from a month of 19.55 to 1.28 million to the naked eye. And I thought, gee whiz, we did really well. We spent a lot of money in December, but obviously that's not the case. And as you've just outlined, with our budget review, we've revised budget. But I think that it's not, this is my personal thoughts, I think it's not fair that in our executive summary we just say Council's capital works expenditure is behind budget 1.28 million, full stop. Last month and most months there's a further sentence, due to timing of works for a number of infrastructure projects. I cannot recall, not saying we haven't, but I cannot recall, and I've looked over the last 12 months and randomly, where in our capital expenditure, if you have a look at that graph, we've gone down. In 1 month, we've gone from 63 down to 40 million. We've dropped about, $23 million in 1 month in our capital expenditure. And we haven't explained that, I think, well at all. And I'm just a wee bit disappointed in that. So my question is, just say again, why have we dropped 23 million in our capital expenditure when every month we go up, but this month we've gone down? Understanding we did budget review in December, but this is our capital expenditure. It just does not feel right or real that we've done this and we've put this one line in without giving any explanation in our executive summary. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, for the question, and appreciate the feedback around how we're wording in the executive summary, and it's something the team can definitely take on for future reports. So as I have mentioned, and as you had said, we were $19 million capital underspend in November, and the budget review with the updated phasing took place from the December reports. So again, it was that during that budget review preparation time that officers involved in capital works programs across the organisations knowing that we already had that underspend, reassessed the timing of the capital program delivery, and therefore there was that drop to recognise that the $60 million would not be achievable for that year to date, and the phasing for the capital delivery has moved out into following months. But I do appreciate the point around bringing that explanation more clearly through to the executive summary report.
And councillors and to our city, we note now, because we've dropped this, we've pushed it out, that in our May, June, at the end of this financial year, we now have, in 1 month, we were expected to spend, give or take, I understand we never get there exactly, 33 million, but to date, in 6 months, we've only managed to spend 39 million. So I just really feel that this capital expenditure that we all watch is just so difficult to follow. It's so hard when we talk about to our residents and we say, here clearly we're only 1.28 million behind budget. I don't feel that that's representative at all of where we're at. And I'm really disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Colley, question.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you to the General Manager of Organisational Services, I have provided advance notice for this question, but I think it would be good for the benefit of the community for us to look at the second page of the Statement of Comprehensive Outcome, which is page 5 of 14 or page 32 of the agenda. And in the middle section for materials and services analysis, the 5th line in that section refers to office administration costs. At last month's meeting, we did our budget review and the total amount for office administration costs was forecast down from $6.223 million to $4.528 million under the revised budget. And our actual spend already exceeds what has been budgeted for the year. So my view of this is looking at this, and I assume that others would see this the same way, that it looks like there will have to be another revision of that amount for the financial year in order for us to meet that, given the actual spend is already at an amount exceeding what is forecast for the financial year. So would you be able to provide a little bit of explanation and clarity around those figures there, please?
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Colley, for the question. The line office administration costs has the expenses in there that are associated with office administration costs, but as we know through the budget development process for this year's budget, Council is recognising savings and efficiencies to achieve. And the budget line for those savings and efficiencies to achieve from our accounting system point of view sits within the office administration cost line. So they're the different categories that we have. So as the organisation continues to identify and achieve the savings lines, what you would see is an offset between the office administrator costs category, which is a breakdown of the material services, but that will be offset against the cost categories where we see those savings being achieved, whether that's through contractors, consultants, operations, just to name a few of the other cost categories. So again, the savings efficiencies have been allocated to office administrator costs. We needed to allocate them to one of our cost categories, which will offset when we actually achieve savings in the other cost categories.
So through you, Mayor, again, so will the amount for the year-to-date actual spend, will that decrease as there are adjustments made, or will there be an adjustment to the revised budget, just for clarity there?
Thank you, Councillor Colley. So we would, you would see the reduction to the budget of that line.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, I believe you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll start by just saying, well done, just pointing at the both the key. Sorry, I'll go back. The key financial highlights and the KPIs, where 5 out of 6 in one area and 6 out of 7, we are meeting them. So well done to the whole organisation on that, and it's a testament to how this chamber, but also the whole organisation, tries to manage the finances. My question will be through probably to the CEO in the end. I think councillors, we put an efficiency dividend of the CEO of $23 million on the organisation to find over the year, and the surplus in this report of two. I haven't got the page in front of me. It was $2.4, I think, million currently at this point in time. So. And the operational challenges are ongoing. So we're 6 months in, and we've got 6 months to go. So I guess my question through to the CEO is, to the organisation, one, congratulations on this point in time on having a surplus. That should be our goal each year. My question is, managing those tensions of great service delivery to the community and the available budget, how's the crystal ball going over the next 6 months and that surplus being sustained? I know it's challenging.
CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell, for the question. There is no doubt that $23 million of savings and efficiencies for an organisation is a big task. We are not alone in terms of councils having efficiency targets built into their budgets, and we are managing that as best we can on an ongoing basis. It will be quite the challenge for the organisation to be able to deliver on those efficiencies. You'll note that there have been changes to date. For example, we have removed one of our general manager streams and departments within council, which is part of that efficiency savings and review to contribute to the delivery for the community. There will be a constant balance between delivering core services and ensuring scope expansion doesn't have a creep, so that we can make sure that we can deliver core services well and ensure those savings are met. The organisation is alive to these, the need to ensure that we manage effectively and efficiently to achieve that budget, and we're taking that approach not only for this year but in preparation for the budget for next year as well. Thank you for the question, Councillor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Rendels.
Thank you, Mayor. If through you I may ask a question in respect to fees, which is under Section 3 Statement of Comprehensive Income, line 4 in the table, which is page 31 of the report. That could you possibly provide a little bit more explanation of what fees are comprised of? Is it where infringements? Is it in applications for planning? Because I note that over the 6 months we are currently 24.5% ahead of the forecast budget. So I think the community would like to understand how we're doing so well on that line item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rendels, and confirming yes on that fees line. It does also include infringements, but the main reason behind the favourable variance that we are seeing in fees is the increased volumes I spoke to around development application, plumbing assessment and plan ceiling fees. So we are seeing an uplift in volume to what we actually initially anticipated at the beginning of the budget process. Coming into the second budget review, we'll reevaluate whether that is a permanent favourable variance or whether it was just a phasing for that point in the year.
If I may ask a follow-up question, that given the topical nature of a perception from the Southern Moreton Bay area about the amount of revenue from parking infringements contributing to the council budget, and I do note that people make a choice where they park. Do we have any sort of sense of breakdown? Is this largely being driven by increased development? I know, for example, we've had about 860 development applications from Southern Moreton Bay Islands this year. or is it, or is it largely the parking? Because I note also in section, on the statement of position, section 5, that we're not getting a lot of, it's up a little bit in terms of the pie chart, the infringement, but not to that degree. So it seems to me that it's more our planning and development fees.
That is correct, Councillor Rendells, and you can see that when you compare that pie chart from November to the December report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop, you've got another question.
Yeah, thank you. This is a follow-up question, and thanks very much to Councillor Hughes for raising the matter, particularly in relation to the capital expenditure. I would just like to ask, given, again, that we're at the beginning of a year, and fortunately the weather has been so far kind, I'm touching wood at that point, but often there's a bit of a seasonal challenge, but I'd like to ask, if I may, through you, probably to infrastructure and operations, how our anticipated capital expenditure is trending. Part of the reason why, like Councillor Hughes, we would like to see this number increasing is because we add the 2 and 3 year planning beyond our 1 year planning. We like to see that horizon kick in and this expenditure being on a higher trend than we are. Just want to check in and ask, are we on track for getting as close to the original capital expenditure as planned? And are there any hold-ups we need to be aware of at this stage, just as an update? Thank you.
Yeah.
General Manager Chris Oz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through you. So thank you, Councillor, for the question. We are working our way through the capital delivery program. It's certainly our largest that Council has adopted, I won't say ever, but certainly in most recent years. So it is a big job to do. We are delivering a capital program in what is well recognised in a very constrained market. It is definitely challenging to get suppliers and vendors. Since you referenced the 1, the 2 and the 3 year capital program, as councillors would know, but perhaps the community isn't aware, is that we are trying to progress to a 2 and a 3 year view of a capital plan, which is not what council has done before. This year, you've only adopted a 1 year capital program. Practically what that means is on or about the 1st of July, you give us hundreds of projects to deliver essentially from a standing start. We don't have then, builders and people and excavators ready to go on the 1st of July to start spending that money. We need to then figure out how we spend it, and more importantly, and what's taking up a lot of time now, is actually getting that into the market and getting contracts and contractors ready to go. So we are definitely delayed in getting all of our programs out there because it is more complex than ever before. We are having a lot of contractual negotiations because it is definitely not a buyer's market. That said, now that we are 6 months in, we have most of our projects out there. I think over 70% of our projects are in delivery phase now. So whilst I can't hand on heart tell you we will absolutely get to the capital program to spend every dollar, to Councillor Hughes' concerns, we are now at a point where we've basically spent the first 6 months of the year doing the work to now start building. And the really good news for you and the community is that council doesn't do this work ourselves. We use the private sector to do this capital work. So we're not constrained by how many great employees like Barry we had before who are out there building stuff. We have thousands of them available to us. So we have these contracts in place now, so we should see a really rapid delivery of that capital program over the next few months. But inevitably we won't get there, but we'll do our best.
Thank you. I just note that trend of each year having an underspend on our anticipated amounts is just something we need to keep in mind. And like Councillor Hughes, I do acknowledge that revision down is something we don't want to be doing. So thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor and officers.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, councillors, for your questions, and thank you very much to the Acting General Manager, Organisational Services, the CEO and General Manager, INO, for the responses provided. So, Councillor Boglari, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, I'm delighted. I think that's the longest financial discussion on this report we've had since I've been in council, and that's really encouraging because it just shows that we're recognising that absolutely every area of council comes back to finance, and the sustainability of council, the delivery of all the projects come back to finance. So thank you to the CFO for fielding all the questions. And I'd also like to thank the officers because they are continually not only monitoring everything, but they are twixing this report to actually make it easier to understand and give us all this information. And that's a task in itself. So we talked about that only yesterday. So thank you, Sandra, and your team for doing that. And any resident who's interested in the current year-to-date financial position or the impacts on the CapEx, everything's on the council's website. So you can monitor it along with us. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 13.2, which is amendment to the date of the special budget meeting for 2026. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Tolte. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bishop. Councillor Tolte, would you like to speak to the motion?
It's pretty much a housekeeping matter, Mayor.
Yep. Thank you. I now put the motion, or any questions, sorry? Oh, sorry, speakers against. Any questions? I now put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 13.3, which is the Audit and Risk Management Committee Chairperson's Annual Report 2024 to 2025. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Boglari. Seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. The primary objective of the committee is to promote good governance through the provision of independent assurance, oversight and advice to Council and the Chief Executive Officer on matters relating to fraud and corruption control, risk management, internal control, governance, compliance, audit, financial statement preparation and financial reporting. So you can see it's quite a big remix. This report is the Chairperson's annual report and summarises the ARMC work throughout the year and outlines how the committee has supported Council. An extensive summary of the various reviews, liaisoning, monitoring, assessing and oversight that has occurred can all be read on page 44 of the report, with a more in-depth summary in the Chair's report attached in the 6.0 activities throughout the year in the attachment. The scope of the committee's oversight and monitoring activities incorporates the activities of Council's administration, including its controlled entities, while promoting integrity and quality of internal and external reports, promoting more effective and efficient audit process, and hopefully providing a no-surprises environment, particularly regarding prompt identification of risks and threats, which all local governments are challenged with. There are areas outside the scope of the committee that the committee has no responsibility for, nor decision-making authority over, including budget adoption or financial decision-making, for which the accountability rests with us as councillors and the council management. The committee's oversight of internal controls, governance and risk management is limited to the administration and operational functions of council and its controlled entities, and does not extend to the conduct or decision-making of elected officials. So you can see there's definitely a delineation between the two roles. The committee convened 4 times this financial year, with minutes of each meeting given to council. Membership consists of 3 external and 2 internal members, including the Mayor and myself. Areas of focus for this financial year include the committee continuing to maintain and enhance corporate governance with a focus on digital transformation, asset management framework and processes, and to continue to support risk management being further embedded and more aligned with governance and insurance activities and processes to not only manage strategic and operational risks, but to also maximise opportunity to exact value. In conclusion, the committee confirms to Council that the responsibilities and activities of the committee, as set out in its charter, were satisfactorily undertaken for the year ended in June 25. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the external members for their skill, their input and their time given to us, and also the Mayor as another internal member. We thank them for their expertise throughout the year and look forward to working with them on the committee for the year ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. That was a comprehensive summary. I appreciate that, especially for the public record as well. Are there any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure who this question is to, but this report is brought to us for noting, but there's not really any opportunity for councillors, I guess, to question the contents of the report because the author isn't here. So how would we, if we had questions about this report, send those questions through to get them answered?
CEO?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, for the question. You are correct, it is for noting. If there are questions that you've got, I'm happy to take those questions through and get responses for you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bishop?
Mine is a comment, if that's okay. Yeah, I actually, when attending these meetings, it's just incredible to see the comprehensive analysis and feedback given by officers to the Audit Committee, which is always very encouraging. And I also just want to thank the officers, but also the committee, and also Mayor and Councillor Boglari. Like when I used to see Councillor Hughes do this, it's an extra amount of work and it's often straight on the back of a general meeting. So thank you for doing all of the extra assessment, and it's always good for councillors to just listen in, and I know some councillors do that, but it's a comprehensive analysis. So thank you also to the chair for this report.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll just make a comment too. It's been a very productive year in 2024 to 2025, along with the work that Councillor Boglari's already noted. In the report, it says that internal audit issued 10 internal audit reports with 88 recommendations. That is a vast amount of work, and I would like to in particular thank the internal auditor for his dedication to the role. Also to the chair and the group, as Councillor Boglari said, this is an extra commitment, as I know councillors acknowledge, especially those who have taken on a role before. The work that this committee does provides recommendations for improvement for the organisation. So its function is essential to good governance and our continual quest for improvement for the organisation and for our community. So for that, I too would like to add my thanks to the chair, the committee members, the internal and external auditors that engage with this process, and of course for each of the departments in working collaboratively with the committee to further positive outcomes. Councillor.
No, I just endorse what Councillor Bishop and yourself said, thanking the officers throughout the organisation and our external auditors as well, who aren't on the committee, but they come to our meetings, because the amount of knowledge that they have and share and extra work that they do, it's incredible and it's very valuable for the organisation. So, yeah, thank you to everyone for the year.
Thank you. And with that, I will now put the officer's recommendation. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to agenda item number 14.1, which is a new lease, North Stradbroke Island Arts and Property Group Incorporated. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor, very much so. Council is certainly very pleased to move the officer's recommendation and just take a few moments to read a few words. So thanks for the opportunity to speak today and for your anticipated support of the officer's recommendation. Today's opportunity is welcome, and I'd actually like to thank, with a couple of internal thanks, to Monique Whitwood and Anita Mackay for the essential groundwork, which is often thankless, unseen, but was really challenging in this. So, CEO, could they get an extra biscuit, please? And yes, and a low-cost one, a home brand. Thank you. Also, and obviously to the senior management as well, who authorised them to do the work and gave them the freedom to do it, because it was a bit challenging, and there's a bit of history here which we don't need to go into today. Also, I'd like to thank the state member, Amanda Stoker. She was important in unlocking a couple of roadblocks, which allowed us all to move forward as well. So that was terrific. The North Stradbroke Island Arts and Pottery Group, known lovingly within the community as CNSI Potters, for nearly 4 decades this group has played a vital role in the cultural, social and economic life of Minjerribah. Established in 1988 and revitalised in 1718, the Potters have been a constant source of creativity, connection and community well-being. I skipped over probably the most important line of my chat as well, in thanking Kath Carroll, who's the president of the association, and without her patience, persistence and leadership alongside all of us, we wouldn't be here today. So well done, Kath. Their mission of the Potters has always been clear: to provide a welcoming place where people can obviously learn some skills, explore their artistic potential and strengthen the bonds that hold that island community together. And they've had their challenges, as we all have. What happens in that pottery studio is so much more than clay work. It's a space where mental health is supported, stress and isolation are countered through hands-on creativity, and where people of all ages, cultures and abilities come together to share, laugh and learn. Importantly also, the group operates with a deep respect for Quandamooka country and the traditional owners. They actively promote cultural understanding, work collaboratively with local Indigenous artists and across the 3 townships, or every resident, and ensure their programs honour the island's rich cultural heritage and the natural beauty. They also contribute significantly, my apologies, to the local creative economy. They're an important part of the Australia Arts Trail. Their emerging makers develop skills, can grow into small business opportunities and do. And an important part of Minjerribah's ongoing transition to sustainable economies. Recently, the group has faced challenges securing the premises. The building certainly needs a bit of work, but this gets us to a starting line so that we can accelerate opportunities into the future. So today, I'm seeking your support in establishing that sustainable lease arrangement. This allows the Potters then to look at further investment and explore cooperative funding between local government, state government and the community itself. Investing in the Potters is at the heart of an investment into that Minjerribah community. So thanks again to the officers, and I look forward to, and to Kath and the island, and look forward to your support of this list today.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Bishop.
Yes, and well spoken, Councillor Mitchell, on behalf of the community. This is a very important hub, and them being without a lease and certainty for the last few years has obviously been a concern. One of the questions that I think is worth just noting, and you've alluded to it in your speech, was the condition of the area. The structure itself is very important, and hopefully going forward with this lease in place, there will be opportunities for the group to apply for and strategically plan together for grant opportunities. I'm just wondering if that's something, I know that's separate to the lease, but is that work that will be enabled and possible as a result of this lease today being given?
General Manager Brooke Denholder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, thank you for the question, Councillor Bishop. Yes, I guess in terms of one of the key elements in terms of applying for grants is obviously having security of tenure. So this goes a long way in terms of this step to be able to, for the group to have that security to be able to apply for grants. And obviously our existing internal team will be working with them in terms of a staged plan in terms of making those improvements. So the make safe, or the initial most critical items, have been achieved with the group, and we'll be working with to support them in terms of that plan, and obviously with landowner consent and things like that as well. So this is definitely a great first step in that.
That's tremendous, and just again acknowledging work of officers, facilitating the community to be able to meet their own needs is a really important part of these sorts of hubs. So this is great news, and also acknowledging State Member as well for involvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you. I too just want to shadow those comments made. Creatives and creative practice creates location identity through written, visual and performance representation, provides opportunities for community connection, creative cohesion and invaluable wellbeing benefits, as has been outlined. It provides localised economic benefit by encouraging a range of business models and opportunities for growth. It also provides tourism opportunities, attracting visitors and further developing a Redlands Coast identity, which is incredibly important. We have a truly vibrant creative sector in the Redlands Coast and there's huge potential for further growth. So providing a home, which has been sought for some time, I understand, to this particular group, and of course ceramics is close to my own heart, this is a wonderful outcome. So I do congratulate everybody who took part in making this happen, as the other councillors have acknowledged. Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, over to you.
Just to get another thanks, and particularly to Kath Carroll and the island community and the officers for their field work. Exceptional stuff. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 15.1, which is the Redlands Coast 2032 Legacy Working Group meeting summary. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Colley. And a seconder? Councillor Rendals. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank you for reconvening this group. It is extremely important and obviously also an IOC requirement that the host city develops a legacy plan as part of the game's delivery. So this is an extremely important part of our role as a games partner for 2032, that we do focus and really put an emphasis on the legacy outcomes for this great city that we live in. I wanted to note that this was an initial kick-off meeting, as the last meeting for this committee was in 2032, so 2023, sorry. So fantastic to see the group reconvene, and I'd like to extend my thanks to everybody who is on the committee. It is a voluntary position. There is no payment for those who give their time to ensure that we do get great legacy outcomes for our city. Again, thanks to you, Mayor, and thanks to the committee members. I do have a question when we come to that opportunity, but I will allow you to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Bishop? Oh, so Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As the attachment to the item 15.1 states, it does list the minutes from the meeting, and in the minutes it states that Mayor Mitchell led a group discussion about the legacy working group's purpose. Given this was almost a re-inauguration of this group, I think it would be beneficial for councillors and for the community if you would be able to just share a few words about the purpose of this committee.
Yeah, sure. So, as you said, I'll just give a rundown because I think it's important for the community record too to know a bit of history about this group. So a mayoral minute was brought to council in October 2021 to investigate a working group, so October 2021. On the 19th of January 2022, council endorsed the establishment of the Redlands Coast 2032 Legacy Working Group as a mechanism for advising council on legacy planning on opportunities. It's not a statutory body and cannot make decisions. Members come from a broad range of backgrounds to reflect community perspective, and they are indeed voluntary. That takes us through to May and June 2023 and August. There were 2 meetings and a workshop held during that year. I was advised that there was some difficulty reaching quorum. A decision was made by officers to pause the group until after the investment decision was made in relation to venues, and that occurred in March 2024. So advice was received by councillors in August. In February 2025, I expressed my interest in reactivating the group pending the venue announcement, and in March, around the 28th, the venue announcements were made. Then we had a process of confirming membership with some changes, updated terms of reference, and that led to the scheduling of a meeting, which was scheduled for the 29th of October 2025. Now, that wasn't able to go ahead because of quorum not being reached. There were some news articles that occurred in November on the 6th and around that time as well, unfortunately. On November the 24th, 2025, a meeting was held and it did reach quorum, and that's the minutes that you have before you. It was a really productive meeting, and it again reactivated the meeting. There was a draft plan that was done during that initial phase during 2023. It was draft, but there was also the release of a state plan during that time, so that was held over, to my understanding. So this meeting revolved around reactivation of the group, looking at the terms of reference, gaining a briefing from council officers to understand how everyone was placed, everyone's commitments. As you can imagine, with that group, we've got some high-profile people there who travel a lot. So I understand now the difficulties in achieving quorum of such an important group coming together. But as I said, it's not a statutory body, it's not a decision-making body, but it is there to advise on council's actions. And we've got a broad range of participation, which will, I believe, and it's largely the same as it was before, continue to provide or going forward will provide a great cross-section of experience in relation to the issues that council also provides input into the direction that the legacy working group can take. So it will draw on the expertise and the connections from those people in the working group to further advance ideas to come back to council around how council can further gain more input into legacy items from the Olympic Games. I have had the opportunity in the meantime to go to the Sunshine Coast and speak to the Sunshine Coast Mayor and look at the work that they have done. I think that there is a lot of work that Redlands Council needs to focus on now going forward. Having a look at what other councils done is also really important to inform how they've done it. The level of planning that they had prior to their application to be a venue holder, and their clear planning in what they want to get from the Olympic Games is inspiring. Some of those things have played out in agreements that have been facilitated, and you can see the advancement, and probably I think Sunshine Coast is a good model to have a look at. So bringing all these people together, I think, is a very exciting opportunity. It's now at the point, the venue announcement has been made, as I said, in March last year. We've got everyone to the table. I hope, given busy schedules, that we can still have a really active group going forward. There's a lot of knowledge there, so we are looking forward to coming together. Our next meeting is on the 30th of January. We agreed at that last meeting to increase the number of meetings because we feel it's very important to gain traction, that we need to make that more regular. We felt that the previously set meetings were too far apart, so we have increased those meetings, and we're looking forward to engaging with the officers now tasked with looking specifically at the Olympic venue, looking after the Olympic venue and Olympic legacy possibilities to see what collectively all of those committee members can add. Councillor Bishop.
Gee, that was a very good response and very good to hear. My question actually, given some of the dates that you mentioned, I'm aware that there's a proposed rotational 2-year tenure, and I just note that you've mentioned that there was a revision of those numbers and the people on it. I just want to check as a governance, my first question is, as a governance process, whether that needed to be refreshed because there was a pause for a little while. If that's all been done, I'm not on that committee, obviously, but I'm just interested to make sure that that's all been done and that the certainty of tenure for the next term or whatever is in line. I'll leave that question on notice if there's anything else needed to be followed up, but I just think it's worthwhile asking that first.
So my understanding that occurred with that refresh process in the terms of reference update, but I'm happy to receive further advice from officers in relation to that, but that was my understanding that refreshing started the clock again.
I'll take that as a nod, but
So,
through you, Mayor, good morning and thank you for the question. As part of the refresh and the reach out to all members, under the terms of reference, members are on board for a term of 2 years. They can choose to stay on if they would like to. We had 100% yes. So the membership remains the same. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that clarity and certainty and the diversity of the group, as mentioned. My second question is, given that we are now 6 years from what will be probably the most transformative activation of South East Queensland, I would really like Council to be as much aware, as you've alluded to, Mayor, of other councils in terms of both our current delivery partner agreements and what they are, and also what might be some incidental potential other things that could come up as part of suggestions from this legacy working group, noting, going back to our financial report, that non-renewal expenditure is something we need to be very clear about. And I just think it's worth us getting some bracketing. 6 years is going to come very quickly. It's more than... I've been here more than double that time. It doesn't feel like it. The Olympics will be here. I think we're going to need to do some very wise planning and design. And I would just like to see what else we might be able to pull in from officers or externally to help us get ready for some potential calls on our expenditure that might be outside what we would think as business as usual. We've already got constraint financially, so I'm not quite sure if anyone can respond to that now, but I do think it's a compelling requirement for us as a council, for the members of the city.
So that's been identified through the members in the committee. That was, I think, we wanted to understand, and I did have some committee members wanting to see the project validation report, but I've followed that one through. So they have, I think we're all on the same page where people want a very clear pathway for the things that we can advocate for back through council and feeding that information back through. There were some similarities or commonalities in the feedback from around the table, and bearing in mind there's a broad cross-section there when you look at the names on the committee member list. But they did largely revolve, and I'm happy for input from you too, Kristen, but around infrastructure provision. So that public transport, they were quite diverse responses, but that public transport division, infrastructure provision to get around the city. Also other points came up, around short-term accommodation, around food and sustainability during that period as well. Accessibility came up as well. So there are a broad cross-section of views, and I think you're absolutely right. I think we need now, with such a short time frame, a really targeted approach to the priority areas that we're going to focus on to ensure that we do get some delivery. Personally, I feel like we're running a little behind the ball with this, having now visited other local government areas and seeing how that has played out. So I think in response to that, that's certainly why the committee is eager to meet more frequently, because I think from our perspective as a council, we'll need to take a really targeted approach to determine what is possible, what can we get, where can we get it from, what can we advocate for, and what's of greatest community benefit for us and our local government area.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that in terms of the legacy working group. I suppose my question was more about where we as councillors sit somewhere between the advice that will come from that group and what the expectation will be for us to have to deliver things, because we've got budgets and limits on those budgets. And I think the more we can be clear about those, noting that this is a different style of Olympics. It's not a single host city that is taking on the full cost. It's distributed across cities, and we are going to be responsible for some of the most precious delivery requirements, but I'm not sure that we are as aware of what those things might be, and I'm not sure that we are financially planning for them or aware of the significance and the modicum of change that might be coming our way. And I think if there's some way that councillors can be more aware of that, I think it's, I feel as though it's not, we've had a different discussion in this city around issues relating to the Olympics around venue. I think we need to actually get some more understanding about what the committee, the working group, might be proposing to us and what the parameters are for us to actually say, yes, we can do that. No, we can't do those other things, because I think there's a lot of things that, from what I hear, being on the legacy working group in the South East Queensland Council of Mayors, I think there's quite a lot coming that we need to be preparing for that might take us by surprise at this stage.
So the committee will need a steer as well. That became evident with the first meeting, I think, too. So there's work to be done. Like I said, the next meeting is coming up very quickly, and we'll get more into the I guess the depth of it then. We have asked for feedback from the organisation in terms of a deeper dive, and that's listed in the minutes as well.
Can councillors attend as observers of those meetings, just to help with what I'm requesting? Oh, with the chair's permission? Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Rendles? Sorry, Councillor Mitchell, then Councillor Rendles.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for getting the group back together. We need a plan moving forward, guys. I want to acknowledge first that there hasn't been no work done. This council's have been, whether we're talking our transportation policies, our advocacy for our islands, tourism, rail, the Eastern Busway, this all has been with the Olympics as the hook. I don't think the Olympics itself is going to be the most transformational thing. It's the 10 years before, we're already 4 years down, and the 10 years after. The Olympics is going to be an amazing party for a few weeks, and the Paralympics. So my question, and then I'll indulge with a few more comments first. My question is, both the legacy group, the legacy group is meant to inform our 2032 legacy plan, not write it, inform it. And there's a meeting coming up soon, and fantastic. The legacy group's going to meet more often, some incredible people there. But I would like, my question is, how quickly can we resource councillors, whatever's required, over the next, I would suggest, 3 months to finalise our legacy working plan so that we are clear on what our priorities are. So we are clear what those resources need to be, because we don't want to talk for another year. We want to be acting or continue the action and further focus the action. For me, that accessibility piece is enormous. Having our city as the most pedestrian-friendly, accessible city in Australia is in our grasp. Having short-term accommodation finally attracted, Capalaba, Cleveland, Minjerribah, is within our grasp. I think some of those things, but it's not for me to put it forward, it's there. So my question remains, how quickly can we throw whatever resources we need to, responsibly, behind the organisation and this group to get us a clear, definitive legacy working plan to sharpen our focus the next few years. So and is that the intent, and what was the timeline to get to that? So through the chair to the mayor or to the team.
I think so. General Manager Chris Hiles, are you able to speak to that?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the mayor, and look, happy to have a go at some of that. The organisation's been doing an enormous amount of work, I guess, to Councillor Bishop, the Mayor, and all of your points. There's a lot happens on a day-to-day basis. City readiness is a really big thing. We had the state government's Olympic readiness officer out meeting with the team only yesterday. So we're absolutely part of this. There's working groups that have been formed for things that you won't even thought about, like figuring out how much rubbish is going to be collected and generated during the Olympic period of time. Can all of our rubbish collectors, like JJ's across the region, because it's not just Redlands that'll be generating a lot of waste, everyone will be, can the dumps then handle it all? So there's workforce planning, there's waste planning, there's procurement working groups. There's about 4 working groups that officers, a lot of them around this table, actively sit at a state level to make sure that we're thinking about true operational things. If I can perhaps correct some of the thinking too, is that legacy is not about necessarily building physical stuff. In fact, it'll be probably for Redlands, it might be because of our potential financial constraints, us focusing on everything but building things. How do we get, and also I'd probably correct the thing that it needs to be Redland City Council who does it. Legacy fundamentally for us will be around private sector. How do we get the tourism industry to engage? How do we help them to build their capacity so that they can leverage the opportunities coming to them rather than us doing all of the work? And certainly, as the Mayor referenced, there was an early draft of a potential legacy plan prepared, which is a very advanced state of readiness. So I don't think it'd take much to get that across the line. It ultimately had to pause because the state released theirs and it changed a few things. So that work can come. But just for clarity, I think picking up on Councillor Mitchell's point, an AOR was raised last year to put an officer in to do this Olympic work, and that obviously wasn't taken on and passed by councillors. So as an organisation, we have been trying to progress Olympic preparedness, but to date, that hasn't been able to be supported. Groups like Sunshine Coast have done a lot of work, but they also have 3 full-time staff working on Olympics. Gold Coast has more than that. Brisbane City Council, I would lose count of how many people are in there doing the Olympic work. So we have nobody whose job it is to do it. We have a lot of people who are doing it in their inverted commas spare time, but it is absolutely becoming critical that we are able to dedicate time and people to do the work over and above legacy, just to get the city ready to be a host for sure. Thank you.
So follow-up question through the organisation there. Do we, as a group of councillors, need to have an urgent workshop or get together to say, how serious are we? What resources are we putting in so we can get to that clarity? Otherwise, as we often say, he will chase too many rabbits, and it might not be about the built form, it may be about those other things. And yeah, so that's what I want us to decide today, appreciating that's not within the report, but what an exciting opportunity the next 20 years, not just the Olympic Games.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Reynolds and Councillor Golley.
Thank you for the report, Mayor. And it's very exciting that the Legacy Working Group's reconvened. Having been one of the inaugural members of the group prior to coming in as a councillor, that I can attest to the value and the contribution that all of those members, and some of them are still familiar, make to it. When we think about the Olympics and our preparedness for it, there's a number of streams. One stream is the advocacy for infrastructure improvements that will enable the Olympics and provide a legacy, and I think Council and the executive team has certainly been on the ball with that one. The other area is looking at our operational preparedness. And again, I think our council and executive team have been very much on the ball with that. A third area is our engagement with the businesses. And it's not council's job to lead all this stuff, and I'm pleased that the various chambers of commerce and the RDA and council have also been looking at how you can get business preparedness and supporting businesses for work, but also through to some of the things that have been mentioned, like short-term accommodation. A fourth area that I think we have pretty much failed on to date, and that is taking the community on the journey with us. That when we look at other councils, whether it's Sunshine Coast, whether it's Brisbane, whether it's Gold Coast, whether it's Logan, that they have been very active. The mayor and the councillors have been out there encouraging, celebrating, looking forward to what the Olympics will bring to the community. When I think back to the Sydney Olympics in 2000, that one of the biggest legacies that left was the transformative nature of way people engage in their local community. Earlier on, the Minister was talking about the chap he met at the waste service who was welcoming and encouraging them. And that was a real role of volunteerism in the Sydney Olympics. And we see the legacy of that even here. You know, you go to the Brisbane airport and there are volunteers trapping around, helping people work out their way and their direction and so on. And I think one of the areas, and I'd be curious about whether this was touched on with the legacy group, did they talk about what we as councillors can do to try and build, nurture, harness enthusiasm in the community for the Olympics, because it's coming, and that we need that enthusiasm and support, because that is what will make it a success. That is what will make Redlands a welcoming place for visitors, whether it's sporting teams coming in months earlier to use our fields as they acclimatise and practice, whether it's people coming in for day tourism, or whether it's people staying here. It's that culture of welcomeness and enthusiasm and excitement. And I'm curious about how the Legacy Committee may have touched that. And I'm also particularly curious how we can do that moving forward as a council.
Thank you. Was that a question you wanted?
There was a question that did the Legacy Group talk about how we as councillors and civic leaders can, nurture and support enthusiasm and a forward-looking positivism for the Olympics in Redlands?
So I don't know, as you said yourself, you were present for the first two meetings during 2023, so I'm not sure what discussions had taken place then. In terms of that's rather a specific question. So for this meeting, in terms of the discussions was around the reforming of the group and the priorities and going through the terms of reference and the functionality of the committee. Specifically in relation to what councillors can do, I think that's something that can be discussed between us. When we get steer from the organisation, we have the input. But I think that's a very specific question. And so specifically for the first meeting, no.
I guess I can just elaborate on it a little bit. That when we look at the people on the Legacy Working Group, we've got people who are leaders in their field. We've got people who participated in Olympics. That do you think you're the chairperson of the group? Will you be taking back to that committee the question about how we, the councillor team, the civic leaders of the city, can nurture and support an enthusiasm for the Olympics to take the community on this journey with us?
Yeah, I think councillors can have a part in informing that, but at the moment the committee is drawing on identifying priorities and it's feeding the other way. So in response to your very specific question about has the committee discussed what councillors can do, at the first meeting, no, they haven't gone to that level of detail at this stage.
The follow-up part of that is, will you be taking that to the committee as a question to draw on their expertise?
I have no doubt that as we progress and the feedback that comes back to council will be inclusive of what council can do, suggestions around what council can do to advocate further. That would probably logically form part of the feedback, yes. Okay, Councillor Golley.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Chris. Can the AOR be re-raised? Is it something we can look at again?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Mayor. I think the best thing at this stage would be for officers to, now that we are 12 months down the track as well, to probably assess what requirements there are. It might be more than one per role now required for us to build that in for budget considerations, and that would include, because it is very wide now. So whilst we probably only need, a person who can coordinate council's efforts at the moment, we probably do want to recognise operationally there'll be a lot of people starting to spend time on Olympic type planning tasks, which might, need to be factored into standard workloads, and that may have a wider flow and impact. But at this stage, I think as officers, we're comfortable we're covering it, and that we we found a way to get through without the role, but it will be required, moving forward to get, only because as much as anything, the workload's dramatically increasing, the number of meetings and the number of activities stepping up is absolutely increasing. But thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, if we can stick to the actual motion that's before us, which is the noting of this actual report that's before Council, that would be good. Councillor Mackenzie, do you have a specific question in relation to the report?
Yes, Mayor. Just with regards to the attachment and I guess the summary, generally minutes would have attendance and apologies. This does not have it, so can we just, whether it's supplied now or an email is sent later when the notes are referred to, just an attendance on who was there, who apologised, and moving forward, can the report include that, please?
Yep. Thank you. I'm no doubt that can be included. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? But do you want to? Yeah. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Yes, Councillor Glary.
Yeah, I've got a lot I could say as well on this, but I'll keep, as the Mayor said, to what's in front of us today. Thank you, Mayor, for getting it up and going again. And I do recognise that the Legacy Working Group is only an advisory panel. And I think as councillors going forward, we've all got passions and we can all see how we can help our local businesses and we can attract those day trippers. The Mayor and I have already spoken to I'd forgotten his name, but he was the chair of softball, the global fellow from Geneva out at softball last year. And we spoke about how, we are looking forward and we're to invite, if softball is going to be one of the games, to come. And the Legacy Working Group could work with council on things like that, but it's also up, like other councillors have said, for us as councillors when we're at these places and we see opportunities to seize them and let our council officers know of them, to work. It's not all up to this Legacy Working Group. And as the Mayor said before, it's important that we're at this stage. The Legacy Working Group has now reformed. It's all about resourcing and coming together to make things happen. So it can be a very exciting few years with lots of opportunities that don't all have to be large $1 million facilities. It can be very low-picking fruit that can help our villages and have a great legacy going forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Those connections and those partnerships will be pivotal to achieving a strong legacy across the board. I just want to take a moment to thank to the team. Thank you very much for the work that you've done, because as the General Manager said, this is running alongside business as usual, and as is outlined, other teams and other councils do have dedicated resourcing for the Olympics, and they have been working on this project in preparation for submission and throughout the years leading up to this process. I want to thank Kristen very much for the engagement since February 2025, when communication started about reactivating the group prior to the announcement of the venue. It is no mean feat trying to pull all of those diaries together to achieve dates for the future, given everyone's movement. So that's a huge undertaking, even just to do that, as well as providing the notes and everything else and all the background work in relation to this group on top of the project as a whole. So thank you very much to you, Kristen, and to the team. All right, Councillor Colley, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to, again, thank you for reconvening the group. I think that the move to having bi-monthly meetings is extremely positive. So thank you for making sure that is the process going forward. But also wanted to note that the reports from these meetings do come back to Council. As the Mayor stated, they don't have any decision-making authority as the committee, and that rests with us. So it's great that we have visibility on these. I look forward to attending future meetings as an observer, and I think that it's really important that we do really start focusing. Now we have been officially announced. It's full steam ahead now to 2032. We need, like Councillor Rendell said, to ensure the whole community is behind this project, whether they like it or not. This is what's coming, and our responsibility as a community and as council is to ensure that we do reap the optimal legacy benefits from this opportunity. I participated in a LGAQ webinar late last year with other local governments, and it was quite obvious that we are a little bit behind where other councils are, where they're placed with their legacy planning. That's on us now as council. The officers, as we've heard, they've done a tremendous job getting us to this point. There's no reason now why we shouldn't be investing resources. Short-term pain maybe in terms of the budget, but if that's what we need to ensure we do deliver the best legacy outcomes, that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Right, I now put the motion. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Move to agenda item number 16, notice of intention to repeal or amend resolutions. There are no notices of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. Agenda item number 17, there are no notices of motion from councillors. Excuse me. Agenda item number 18, I'm not aware of any urgent business for this meeting. That takes us through to agenda item number 19, which is a confidential item, 19.1. We are now moving into the confidential portion of our agenda in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. To discuss the matters listed in the agenda, we must move into closed session. There is one confidential item on the agenda. Councillors, I will run through the confidential item and ask you to please raise your hand if you wish to discuss that particular matter in closed session. I'll then go back and call for movers and seconders, a mover and seconder for this item. So with reference to agenda item number 19.1, which relates to the Victoria Point Library, can I have an indication of the need to move into confidential? Thank you. All right, can I have a mover that the item, there's a little bit of preamble here that I'll read out first, that the item 19.1 Victoria Point Library be discussed in closed session to consider the Victoria Point Library tenure arrangement. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would on balance be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Mackenzie and a seconder, Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Hewlett, thank you. So those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself, noting that Councillor Hewlett has left the room and Councillor...
Seek clarity on that because Councillor Hewlett did calculate a conflict on the matter, but not the procedural item. Okay.
So I'll call those names again. Can you raise your hand if you support the moving of this item to confidential? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself, noting that Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Hughes are absent from the room. That motion is carried. Can I now have a mover and seconder that the meeting moves into closed session to discuss the item that we've just outlined? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? That is Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, noting that Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Hughes are out of the room. That motion is carried. And we can now move into closed session. Yes. Thank you. Can I have a mover and seconder that we come out of confidential? Moved by Councillor Golley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. All right, the meeting's now resumed. Those in favour? So those in favour are... Sorry, I just had a recording there. Is that... That's the live stream. The live stream, thank you. It was. So those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, sorry, some late hands up, Councillor Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, noting Councillor Hewlett is out of the room. The meeting's now resumed. So item 19.1, do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Oh, Councillor Boglari, is there a seconder? No? Thank you. That motion has lapsed. Is there another motion? Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Tolty. So the alternate motion is up on the screen.
That is the motion I'd like to move. Thank you, Mayor.
So that motion is moved by Councillor Tolty. Do I have a seconder for that motion? I think, Councillor Golley, you had your hand up first. Councillor Tolty, would you like to speak to the motion?
It's confidential, Mayor, so happy for you
sorry,
to take
no,
the vote.
confidential. Sorry, we'll just put the motion. So those in favour? So those in favour are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop. Those against? Those against? You're against? Councillor Boglari and myself, and noting Councillor Hewlett is out of the room and the motion is carried. All right, thank you everyone. That was a welcome back to January 2026. Thank you for everyone's involvement. Thank you for the officers present today. That concludes today's general meeting. That last motion was carried. We close the meeting at 1:28 p.m.